Oh my god, we did the bath. So, I feel like not everyone stuck around to watch me beat it. But if you weren't here, I did do it eventually. Slowly, you learn her patterns and you work it out. Very slowly, though. It was ridiculous. But I really did find that that second phase was like, it was a lot of big damage, a lot of big moves. You know, how am I trying to say this? It was very flashy, and it was really hard to get past that initial part where you're trying to work out what you're meant to do. But then once you've figured out the blocks and the patterns at the starting bit, it became a bit easier. Because, like, then her middle bit, it wasn't that hard to fight. Yeah. What do you mean? I I literally have a YouTube video and like I have recordings of it. Check the VODs. We should all play. Like, surely if we all joined, then our chances would go up exponentially. I don't know what increases your chances the most, to be honest. And then I would have to split the winnings. Like, say if I win, I would have to split the winnings with every single one of my followers. They would call me a philanthropist. Okay, seriously though, if it's a $150 million prize pool, what are these people doing with their money when they win? I want to know. Hey, Balvon. I would hope they're putting it in investments. This is a very ornate door. Like, this whole area has been, like, real shabby. That's on the other side. My whole brain is being encompassed by that last boss fight. Oh, the blue fairy! Is it? The butterflies? Is this her body? It must be.
Save me.
Oh, God.
It hurts so much. I want to be free. Please.
What do we do? I don't know. I can't make this choice. I think she wants to live, but what will you do?
Wait.
You
Wait,
have
wait,
to
wait, wait, wait,
choose.
wait. I have to make a decision?
Keep her alive, perhaps against her wishes, or
No, I think you have to kill her. I
peace.
think you have to do what she said.
It's your call.
Oh my god! I hate this game and the choices they make you make. Why?
Thank you.
Okay, she thanked me.
I was trapped for so long. So much torment. So much pain. Take my ergo.
Oh. You get her ergo if you kill her. I guess there's one benefit to it. We don't get to keep our friend anymore. I feel warmth. Am I becoming human? That's a show. That's what feeling warmth means. People say they retire, but you feel like they would want to be doing some kind of work. So, okay, so yeah, so if I was to win the lottery, right? Like, I also feel like I would want to be doing some kind of work. I can't stay still or just retire or whatever. Like, there still has to be some kind of purpose in my life. Like, even if my whole life was set, I feel like I gotta keep the ball rolling. Because I would just like, I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be bored. I also feel like I would be overwhelmed with what I would want to do though. Like, what would I do? Yeah. You get a song. And I never listen to these songs. This is such a fancy place. Half Moonstone. Okay. Yeah, like work at a reduced capacity. Definitely. I feel like I do like work, but I also do not like working 5 days a week. I wouldn't mind like a 4 or a 3-dayer.
Let's keep going.
Did we do the right thing? Well, I hope I did. I also wonder if this game has right or wrong answers. Or if it's all just ambiguously grey. Has to be some right or wrong answers. We haven't seen this pirate looking guy before. Oh, that's nice. Oh, it blows up apparently. Buy my old mansion. Okay. That's just weird. Woo! Wait, I broke his thing. Okay, where's the... Do you have to... Is it his back? It's weird. I know I played this, like, last week, but because I spent so long just doing the one thing, I feel so... like, I haven't played this game in so long. Like, all I did was get really good at one boss. Please don't. I do hope, with the logic of how video games get, though, after something really difficult, surely they don't make things really hard. You need to balance it out, right? Okay. I'm not blocking anything. I hate these guys. They're really tough, honestly. Especially once they've added the electric shock to them. Okay, that's where that guy came out of. The luckiest postcode for the lottery. Is that even a thing? Surely the luck's run out, right? It's like when things happen, like the chances of something happening multiple times just goes like drops the more and more it happens. Do you know what I mean? Wait, really, DJ? What the hell? That's where that Siggy butt video was based in. But surely the looks right now. uh, surely. Is this locked? Right. I never know which side is which. I just have to check. Arch Abbey, upper part, inside. It really depends on volume of tickets. See, I would trust Ando's advice when it comes to lottery. I've never bought a lottery ticket myself. I always like the only time I ever participated in lottery was when my work did it. And so like, and who knows if we won, if I would even end up with anything. Like, what if someone at work's just like, nope, mine now? Hey, buddy. Oh, I missed it. No, there's two. Alright, calm down. Single file, please. Oh yeah, I got the first one. You do it on the lot website, you fill out the first couple of games with your own numbers in autofill. So you can buy it online, right? So then how does... like the whole like, this many people from this area won. I don't think it matters if you're in that area then. Like the amount of tickets in one area is not determined by how many physical tickets there are, right? I don't know if I made any sense whatsoever. This guy just reminds me of an anime character. Oh, no. I should have noticed. Okay. Somehow my sword was not long enough. Alright. I remember, I think this one's... yeah, these are annoying. I have a ton of health. Oh, I missed. I hate. Oh. Ah, the store information is still saved. Okay. I just didn't realize it would still be location based. Ooh, a quartz. Hell yeah. Quartz, I think, is probably the most valuable thing at this point in the game. I feel like putting points and level ups don't do that much anymore. That being said, I don't really have much else that I want to level up. Ow! No, you go away. Wait, since when did they change from Taz Lotto to the lot? What? I think we have to do this run again. Considering how poorly... I feel like I'm still warming up as well. Can't get it back. I have not used a Fable Catalyst once in this game. Okay. I feel like we're going into some kind of like scientist secret lair, right? These guys are alright, actually. I feel like... Oh, wait, except for explosion. Except for that part. Oh, I don't like you. So what I was trying to make work earlier, and then I voted against it, was I was trying to make a small Twitch chat on my TikTok stream, but then I realized there is no way to censor, like, profanity or anything. With those, like... I don't know, I'm gonna die. What time do we have to do this run all over again? I don't have anything left! Maybe I need to change to my other ring. That slowly heals. Yeah, okay, buddy. I guess I'm just gonna have to run this through again. Oh, we could get, level up the quartz thing. Maybe now that I've warmed up, I won't get hit as much too. That's what I hope anyway. Oh yeah, Power World. Is anyone checking that out? This is such a long run. May have been the Pokemon game you were looking for. Really? Am I just like blind to how good of a game it is? There is a shortcut to this though. So you get to it at some point. Oh, there's some story stuff back at the hotel, so we should do that too. Did you see the truck that took out a set of traffic lights in Sydney's West? No. But my mum did that once. That was fun. I'm assuming it was a big deal. Yeah, she took out a set of traffic lights, not in a truck. It was like in a Nissan Pulsar. And not only that, the Nissan Pulsar was brand new. It was like, we had it for 2 weeks or something. Yeah. Uh, Insurance covered it. Thankfully. Okay, let's go do the court. Oh, I'm sure it was much worse than what I my experience. To be fair, I'm not sure how insurance covered it. She die? Did the old lady die? Sorry. Did she? What? She's gone. Memory of Rage. Why is she gone? I thought we've healed her. I guess she was old? Potentially. Okay, we're leveling this one up apparently. Enhances Fable charging pump. Fatal attacks. Lowers Legion consumption. Restores weapon durability. I haven't really bothered about weapon durability. Reduces item prices, maybe? Would that be useful? Increases Ergo upon eliminating an enemy. I feel like that's the only one that could be useful at this point. Because these ones are all grayed out. Right? So maybe I need to increase how much I get. How much Ergo I get. Where was that? Increases Ergo. Okay. So she's no longer there. That's lovely. I wonder if the robot has something to say about that. So he's not a robot, he's a puppet. Same thing, right?
Unsurpassed sorrow. I must announce, Lady Antonia has passed away.
Yeah.
As she entered immortality, she seemed at peace. Her face was calm.
Why did it happen?
She wasn't in pain. It is all thanks to you. Without your most difficult of choices, she would never have found such peace. As for me, I am bereft of emotion.
Bereft. I have never heard this word in my life.
Or what passes for it has lost meaning. It feels like pain has swallowed me whole. Thus I plan to erase my heart and become an ordinary puppet.
Wait, what?
This will be my last conversation with you as Polendina. Despite how it ended, I thank you for the kindness, bravery, and beautiful moments you showed me.
That's so interesting.
Welcome to Hotel.
Is that it? Yeah, it was. Oh, there's another thing here. I can now talk to him. I think I was trying to look for this person and I couldn't. Who else used to love Winnie the Pooh? I wonder where they are, though. Remember I was trying to find them, and then, I don't know, they were nowhere to be found. I realized they hadn't teleported yet. Why is a rum gone? Oh, hey, buddies. Okay, none of these guys. Oh. It won't be that way either. Oh, there they are. Up here, maybe. It is a pain to look for NPCs sometime. Oh wait, is this guy? Yeah.
Nice to see you again. I thought if I got a second chance, I'd go to where my heart's content.
This is your heart's
I
content.
expected to get out alive. Oh, it's overwhelming, even now. Want to take a look at what I have? I grabbed a couple of things before taking off. It's a new life, a new attitude.
Oh, he sells
Simple
stuff.
pleasures like ordinary conversation. Nice loot, yeah? If you need anything, just say the word.
What does he sell? The White Ladies hunting apparel. Interesting. There's also a axe. Alright, let me run back. Alright, one sec. I'm gonna do something. Hey, Maxie. Hey, Maxie. Nope. That was an echo. You get two hellos. You finally started playing this. It's actually amazing. It is good. I feel like I have been rating it as just a solid game. Like it's a solid 7 out of 10 at least for me. But in some parts it's like better than that, and then some parts it's like I don't know, I find it hard to be like, oh, it's the best game, but it's pretty good. Yeah. It's like a surprise for a I don't know, like a game out of a studio that you've never really heard of, right? Exactly. It's a best Souls like not made by FromSoft. Exactly. I don't know. Do we count Hollow Knight in that? I guess they play differently. Dude, these guys I'm about to die. Sorry. I don't know. I feel like if you'd have backstabbed the first one, you probably have a better chance. God damn it. You want someone to make a Lego like? You want someone to make a fake Lego version of a Lego game. Is that not like the Fortnite one? I feel like the Fortnite one. I don't know, it's Lego, but sometimes I'm just like, I feel like they didn't go all the way. Like, why don't the plants look like Lego on, like, before you break everything apart? Oh my gosh. I've already gone through this whole area, but I took a really long time, and I don't want to, like, I don't know, I don't feel like taking my time here. They're not. I don't know. I'm also, like, because last week, all I did was that big boss fight, right? So today, I feel so out of practice. And every time I try to block or something, nothing's happening. I got all the timing wrong. I realized because I only worked on that boss fight, it felt like a lot longer since I've played this game because I only did the one thing. Hollow Knight is Metroidvania with those elements. Oh, I see. Yes, understandable. Okay, we're gonna run back, I guess, because this isn't happening. We're gonna funnel them in. There we go. See, we're gonna block. Just gotta get the ball rolling. I always get like Metroidvania style games in my emails. A lot of sandbox stuff too. And RTSs, which are also not my thing. Oh my god, they're not fun. Oh, man. I can't, like, okay, so here's the thing with these guys. I could be holding that block button as much as I want, but they just completely slash through it. It feels like nothing's happening. A sea of these things? I did not. Maybe I did? Like, that guy took 3 of my health things. Yeah, I really dislike RTX. Sorry, any RTS fans. There are any RTS games I'm just not into. I think it's just too much strategy for me. There we go. I feel like you have to block them on time. Otherwise, nothing's happening. Okay, did not block it on time. I don't want it blocked. Improvements. Yeah. Okay. 2 of those? Deadly, apparently. What the hell? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I said I was hoping that the next area wouldn't be too hard because they just gave you a hard boss. No. Oh, okay, finally I got the jump on this guy. Okay. No, don't stab. I should have healed here. Oh, that broke my poise. Ah, I gotta walk through all that again. If only he could overheat this guy. Do the job for me. Ooh, no, no. Heal, please. Heal again, please. Where? I'm in a room, aren't I? I'm wondering I'm not going anywhere. Oh. Hmm. This is... I'm dying more than any other area I've been in. I love games where I have to think to solve puzzles like Bubba Is You. Same. I do like games where I have to solve puzzles. But for some reason it doesn't translate to RTS. And I don't know if it's because I know like the strategy part of it. I just like to solve the puzzle. I like when there's a solution. Whereas I feel like RTS to me, it's kind of open-ended. Like there's always probably a better option or a better strategy you can use. Yeah, and I mean, like, I get overwhelmed. Like, I could probably learn the game eventually, right? But there's no way where I would sit here and stream an RTS and learn how to play an RTS because, like, we all used to watch those MTG Arena streams. I don't know. Although, to be fair, that wasn't that bad. Oh, he's back here. Well, I died right here. Okay, what we're gonna do, we're gonna run past this guy and get the fire guy. Because we know. And then we deal with this guy. Yes. Learning. That's how you learn, guys. That's hilarious. You love solving puzzles and don't like open-endedness of RTS, but love Tears of the Kingdom. But there's an ending to Tears of the Kingdom. I'm simply working towards that ending. RTS, when I think RTS game, I don't think there's an ending or like a, like, I'm just trying to say there's multiple solutions to it. Did I kill the boss? Yes. It was a, what's the word? Like you needed to get that boss. So mandatory. It was a mandatory boss fight in order to continue. And it was horrible. Oh, okay. I think it's a similar way where I don't really like turn-based games either. Not much. I have enjoyed some. There was that, what was it called? That card-based one? No, I can't remember what it was called. No. It was a card-based one. And it was not Yu-Gi-Oh! Slay the Spy. Yes, I was thinking it started with an S, but I kept thinking like Sifu or something. That fighting one. And I'm like, no, not that one. I was thinking about Temtem. Oh, shoot. Because of that Power World game. Oh, there's that guy that killed me the first time I came through this area. Or it almost did. I had kind of just ran. And I was wondering how Temtem was going. Made it slightly better. Have you been playing? What's wrong with Temtem? Ooh. Let me get the heavy attack. What's the, like, where's the thing? Okay, yeah, maybe. Well, yeah, the game still exists. It's not a free-to-play game. You have to buy the game in order to play it. Oh, it's online only. It is an MMO, and I think that's what people wanted. Like, people were playing it because they wanted Pokemon, but MMO. And if you buy the Switch version and don't have a Nintendo Online, oh. Yeah, that sucks. They should definitely have a single player one, I guess. But I think the whole point of it was for it to be an MMO. $80 for a Switch version. I swear I bought that game back when it was, you know, when it first came out for like $30 or $40. I think that's how much it was. When everyone was playing it for like a week. I feel like people used to do that more 2 years ago. Like everyone would hop on the one game. I don't know if everyone hops on the one game as much. The last time I seen everyone hop on the one game was New World. Elden Ring, maybe. Maybe that would have been the last time. Which came first? Fall Guys? True. Interesting with Fall Guys, because Fall Guys was not free to play when it first came out. Yeah, I guess people have been into Lethal Company. It's just me who's not that into it. I did play it once, though! How dare you. Okay, how am I meant to run through this? I only have the Legion string leveled up the most, which is good for when you're in a boss fight and you need to get their, I don't know what it's called. When they go, their health bar goes white and you can get like a, I think it's a lethal attack, I'm not sure. You get a lethal attack on them. But that's it. I haven't really used it for much else. That platform looks like you can jump on it, but I don't know why you would. Oh my gosh, I haven't even done that. Hey, Bartman. I've only thought about it in boss situations. Oh my gosh. Yeah, because I have this. Dude. I know how to make that recharge. I feel like they used a lot. Okay, there's a lever here. Ah, there's an elevator here. I wonder if that brings me back to the shortcut. It must. It must. Yeah. At least we get the shortcut. Jackie is upset with you because she entered in TF2. TFT? TFT? I didn't know she played TFT. Is that a team-based game? Were you versing each other? I don't know how TFT works. Also, it's like a strategy game. I can't be bothered. Do you know who the last boss is? No, I have no idea. I've been playing this game in a vacuum. I don't know who's coming up or like anything. Which is probably the best way to play it. Because everything is a surprise. The Lies of Pikachu. Yeah. I think I was supposed to go this way. I really didn't have to actually fight that guy. Oh, it's duos. Oh, okay. Where's Elise? Wait, oh. It's the red box.
Ciao, Bello.
Ciao.
I had a feeling you were no ordinary kid, but I never expected to meet you here. It's a trivial matter. Everything is trivial in this part of the business, reward or no reward. The reason for kidnapping someone, or for blocking your path here. But if some audacious behavior helps my brother see again, that's a different story. In all honesty, I don't want to fight. Not you, at any rate. For one, it's a damned hassle. And why should I go out of my way to satisfy an employer who didn't pay me enough? It's not too late. We don't have to fight. Just show me some kindness. And
Are they gonna ask me for another, like, fruit thing?
Thank you. This much? It might even cure him entirely. It's not fair, the way I've been harassing you. You're the only one who's ever been kind to us. I swear on my life as a stalker that your father is safe. My employer promised not to harm him. Go on then.
I didn't know there was a ranking system in Fruit Loops friendship. I got their mask. Alright, one sec, I'm gonna do something. Are you playing Power World 2, Barman? Y'all not know the friendship over meme? No, I don't. It's better than Lego Fortnite. Like, you guys really have to sell me on it, but I don't want to buy it, you know? I would rather, like, if you guys are gonna play that next Thursday for community night, I would just work on commission. I don't know. He's here. Geppetto's here. Hello, Geppetto.
It saddens me to see my precious
I'm helping you, mate.
place like this. I wanted you to grow up as a good boy in a peaceful world. And yet, I think all I've taught you is blood and violence. This will be the last time I ask. I promise. Simon has gone completely mad. He's trying to become a god by using a tremendous amount of ergo. I don't know.
So Simon's the big bad.
He wants to build. Perhaps there's no stopping him. I trust you, my son, and I'm ready for any outcome. But I don't know what you think of me. Speak truthfully.
Was I a trustworthy father to you?
Was I a trustworthy father to you?
Well, I'm gonna say yes, because that's my truth.
I see. I have the courage to carry on because of
Even though he did some shady things.
and come back to your father's side. Remember the happy family we once were. We can become that again.
Oh, I feel more warmth. I'm a real boy. It's a survival building game with Pokemon stuff and guns. Is it kind of like Lego? Is that why we compared it to Lego a moment ago? It's behind the door. Nothing. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. Bye, Prongos. I didn't say bye. My bad. Ooh, a thing. We only just got a shortcut. Alright. You reckon we're already up to another boss? I think that would have been really short. So I kinda doubt it. My ladder. My ladder is broken. Unbelievable. Yeah, I guess this is the only way I can go. I guess. Wait. The only way you can get to that chest is by jumping. Oh no. Hey! That wasn't too bad. Assassin's Amulet. I reckon that's like something to do with backstabbing. Increases critical attack. Oh, no, not really. I have so many rings now. I have not checked this in a while. Oh yeah, I did buy a new costume. I think it was this one. I don't know if I vibe. Oh, wait. I forgot I jumped. No! What a pointless. How pointless. How am I gonna get that back? Yeah. I have to run there and then run back. Yeah. Sorry, I just don't enjoy this outfit. I bought it just to have it. I'm not vibing with it. Go back to this one. Oh, what are you again? It looked too clean and everything just like it looked like I was gonna get you know, dirt in my shoes type of deal. Ah, Gation. Hello. Oh. Well, at least I blocked it. Somehow. How you doing? I'm playing Vampire Survivors and failing the second part of this title. I don't even know what game that is. Oh, oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Maybe I should, like, hang on. Yeah. Bye. Let me just do that to all of these. I'm gonna run out of popper string. I think I only get 3. Oh, okay, I have to go here. Ow! How dare you? Can't believe this. Who knew? No. Goes this way. You left Europe to go to Asia. Are you, like, traveling? Asia is close to Australia, kind of. Yeah, it is, true. You're moving into my time zone. Slowly. Imagine if you came to Australia. Ow. No. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong thing. That's why I didn't heal. I'm playing as a good boy, obviously. Yeah, it was only recently that I learnt that Russia is a part of Asia. Wait, let's just play. So what am I meant to do with this guy that's just gonna, like, come out? Will I take you sightseeing? Maybe? Oh, shoot. If you're asking for me to show you, like, some, like, secret hideouts in Sydney, like, you know, like, not the tourist traps, you go to the cool parts, I have no to show you. I would just take you to the tourist trap. Thank you for the follow, Kuro. Yeah, I can take you to like maybe a waterfall. The only sight you need to see is Yada. He's a beauty. True. Oh. Oh yeah, sorry. We're engaged now, by the way. Hi, Kieran. Yes, I am. I feel like I have something in my eyeball. You're engaged. I don't see the ring on my finger. I got a necklace, which I also not wearing. It's very delicate, but I do like it very much. I promise. Oh, hello. That's a shortcut we need. Are you able to jump off this? Is that a thing? Or do I have to... Maybe you jump down. Oh, okay, that didn't work. It didn't work. I died. Is that a thing? That's what he did. I don't really like jewelry a lot. And so he got me something that still had sentimental value, regardless if I wore it or not. This is something that we spoke about, by the way. Not necessarily the necklace bit. I didn't know what he was gonna do, if he was gonna do anything. Okay, I'm gonna try and like run and jump, maybe. Yeah. Oh, is that it? I didn't even know what those are for.
Did you feel that?
Someone walked across my grave.
Someone walked across my grave.
Oh, that's kind of
I
weird.
sense ergo everywhere. I mean, this place is saturated with it. Like what you'd expect from a mountain of dead puppets.
Wow, it was Simon's trying to hoard all that ergo, isn't he? Am I going to try Smite 2? Yes. I have been waiting for Smite 2 for ages. Like, I got so irrationally annoyed at everyone who's like, who even uses this? Or like getting mad that their skins won't transfer over to the new game. I'm just like, what are you expecting? Honestly. But yeah. Oh, who the hell is that? Oh. This one seems a bit gross. Oh dear. Oh no. Okay, here's what we're gonna try. Oh, that did nothing! Oh, he just took my stuff? How dare you? This guy's kind of OP. Oh, and then I fell. You would only spend like 1,000 on the Poolside skin and a Thanatos one if you bought a account, right? So here's the thing about the skins, right? It's a two-parter, and this is to do with any game. Hey, Sean Todd, very funny emote. Here's the thing about any game, really, like that has this kind of system where you have in-game cosmetics that you pay for. You don't know how long that game is gonna last, how long that game is gonna be in service for, how long you're gonna have access to it. And you should... Oh yeah, the charity! You're right! Oh, I should probably transfer those over, hey? Like 1 or 2 skins, surely. Anyways, so, okay, putting those charity skins aside. True. Those charity skins aside, buying skins for any game, any kind of cosmetics, you should always be aware that that game may not have longevity. It may only have another 2 years, another 5 years, another 10, whatever. Which means by the end of those years, you might not even be able to have access to those skins at all. Which means you're not going to get that money back. Like, there's no permanency to these skins thing. That's part 1, right? Part 2, they're still keeping the game running for longer, Smite 1. That's what I'm saying, that can be said for any microtransactions, but this is what I mean for anyone who's complaining that they're not going to transfer the skins from Smite 1 to Smite 2. It's just like, the game, it has run its course. I don't know, man. I'm kind of glad it's going to be new and fresh, because every time I open Smite in that, like, the last year, I would think, oh my lord, this game has way too much stuff. It has way too much stuff. It is so bloated with skins and cosmetics. It's making people's games run slow. It takes forever to load. The more skins you have on your account, the slower your game loads. It's just like, but people should know if you're buying skins in a game, like, you're not gonna have access to that for the rest of your life. It's just not gonna happen. Yeah, I have a lot of skins, and I haven't really actually spent a lot of money on Smite either. Maybe 200 all up, 250, I don't know, 200 and 300. Something around there. And that's in my 10... Like, I've played the game ever since it came out, right? Or, like, ever since beta. That's in 10 years. I think that's pretty good. I don't know what to do with this guy, honestly. Let's see how much this does. Oh, that does break his thing. I guess. Yeah. No, same. Yada has literally every skin in the game. He's never getting any of that back. Oh, shoot. But he's not sitting there complaining that his skins aren't going to transfer over, because, like, what do you expect? Oh, another quartz. Man, is this all you get now? You spent literally hundreds of dollars on a Digimon MMO. the version I used to play, I'm not upset that I did. It was fun at the time, and now you don't play anymore, so that stuff's just running there. But it was fun while you enjoy it. Yeah, exactly. Yada also has several sim boyfriends. No, I know. I know. I'm constantly getting comments about how good looking Yada is. I know. And you'll be me experiencing them. Wait, is that the way? No, this is continuing on. On a Minecraft server, you spent $1,000. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I get what you mean. That is so much. I did spend a lot of time on Minecraft when I was younger as well. On those like kind of servers, those multiplayer servers and all that. And I do remember there was microtransactions and stuff like that and that kind of stuff. I don't think I ended up spending anything though. I know I did spend a bit of money on keeping up some Minecraft servers for a bit. Because you only, like, there was a point in time where if you wanted a Minecraft server, you had to pay for it. It was hard to run it from your own computer. It really depended on what kind of rig you had. Yeah, no, that's fine. I didn't have a job at all. So I really didn't spend money. I did my best to not spend any money. But I have definitely spent my money on dumb things because I didn't know. Like, but nothing too bad. The fact that this whole area is like, there's all this blue stuff, I keep thinking there's another healing point. I mean, there probably is. You spent money on a dumb thing only a few days ago. You bought a PSP Go? Oh, what is a PSP Go? I'm not even kidding. What the hell is that? It's a flip-up PSP? Oh. What about just a regular old PSP? I have two PSPs. What's on this? Okay. It does. I do wonder how much that was. I have an ex who sold me one of his PSPs. Oh, there is one. Well, that's nice. So now I have two, but one of them has stick drift. So if anyone wants to try and fix that stick drift. That being said, like, I did really have a lot of games for that console. Yeah, I think the fact that it's surprising that my Switch still doesn't have stick drift. Consider. I need to be more gentle with my stick. Yep. You know what I used to do when I played games when I was younger? I used to like do these things when I was driving, and I'd be like, "Oh." Yep. I don't do that anymore. I learned. I don't know how much I need. I should have checked. No, I really should have checked. I didn't do the math. Oh, another hundo. Sounds like you should sell that eventually, DJ. Wow, you gonna join my Discord, Gation? Okay, let's try and fix that translate. I'm never gonna use it. And like I said, I still have another one that works. Wait. Oh, I don't have enough. Are you talking about my PSP? I mean, I got they're like hard copies, the games, the I can't remember what they called them, the USDs or something. I didn't have a lot of good stuff. Let me think. I had Crash Tag Team Racing, but it was like CTTR or something. Crash Tag Team Racing? Yeah, that's what it was. I had Open Season game. I had Loco Roco, one of my favorites. I had one of the FIFAs. What else did I have? That's all I can remember. Oh, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Um, these are not winners. I played a lot of that Crash Bandicoot one, not gonna lie. Even though I don't think it was rated very highly. CTTR. Eventually I did learn how to like emulate games, and I remember you could download PS1 games onto that platform as well. So that did help things out later on when I realized you could do that. Alright, let's level something up. I should still do I do have a quartz as well. Yeah, I do have a lot of things from my childhood. I've also lost a lot of things from my childhood. Every once in a while, I'll be like, where's that? And then my brain will just be like, oh no. I don't know where that thing is at all. I haven't seen it in years. And I'll be like, damn it. It's like your brain will just like remember back to where it was in houses two houses ago. And you're like, oh, I don't have that item anymore. Like I made I crocheted a blanket, right? I had a small crochet set. And one of my cardigans has a hole in it, and I was like, oh, maybe I can just like crochet this back together to stop it unraveling. And then I went to go look for my crochet stick and realized I haven't done that in like 10 years, 10 plus years. Like, I don't have any of that stuff. So weird. No, I actually don't know how to crochet. I know how to make a blanket, essentially, which is literally like, once you learn the one stitch you have to do, it's the easiest thing in the world. There's no challenge to it. Maybe it's just me. You can enhance the attack of Fable. I feel like I need Fable charging. Charge Fable when reviving. Okay, we never revive. Who am I reviving? Let's do this one. Now we have more Fable slots. Very useful. You know what is funny though? Sometimes I'll come across video game content that would be looking at old games, right? And whenever I come across like a YouTube video or something where they're playing an old game that I used to have, that I would have played a lot, I would have enjoyed it. And then whoever's like making the video will be talking about how bad the game is. I'd be like, oh my god, this is really bad. Like, you know, worst game they've ever played, and there's just me being like, oh, it's fine when I was young. And nothing else to do. It's weird when in hindsight things are just so different. Simon Manus' confession. A father is like God to his son. Even I, Simon, was no different in my youth. Is this someone that I just picked up? The one who created me was no normal human, and my abilities were extraordinary. So Simon's a puppet. And Geppetto made him. Wait, the ability to read minds. A world where no one betrays you and there's only truth, even if it's forced. Are they puppet? Man, why I've lost who the Simon person is. All I know is the big bad. Oh, we did die a few times trying to get up to this part, to be honest. But yeah, no, we're not fighting a boss right now, but I feel like we are at one right now. Why did you speak so soon, Iris? There's spat everywhere. God damn it, are you kidding me? We're at a boss so soon? Oh. You ready for it? Didn't even let me walk up the whole steps. Is that Simon? Hello, are you Simon? Why do you have 10 legs? What's that game, Ando? Name it. Star Wars. Oh. He does not look so good. Oh my lord. Okay. No, this guy was human, right? Oh, that's why we're seeing a whole bunch of like ergo in the air.
Is it not magnificent? Distilled immortality and a key that opens a world with no lies. A key that unlocks true evolution. Give thanks. Ergo is a gift from me, Simon Manus, who will transgress even God. Bow down to your God, who will be born now!
Why is that moving? Okay, this is gonna be a two-phaser, and that thing that's moving on his back is gonna be like a second head. I don't know. This is a very Dark Souls-y boss. They love the graftings. Ow! Seriously? Oh, it's a three-phase, so is it? Three-phase is insane. Who would do that? Sekiro. Sekiro would. Okay, I'm not blocking anything. But I'm sure I will learn the pattern eventually. There's definitely another phase. That's for certain. He's covering stuff. It's gonna look menacing when he takes off that robe. This is the phase that we're gonna have to perfect. Oh. Okay, should learn to block that one. Okay. I'm sorry. I am unclean. Please forgive me so I can be clean again, negation.
If you want constant pain, I'm alive. Better yet, how about death?
That doing a lot. I just want to see what the second phase looks like, man. I want to see it. Ow. In Spyro 2? I did play those Spyro remasters, because I never really got to play the originals very much. I hired those games. When you say they suck, do you mean they're just bad? Oh shoot. Oh shoot. I just need to stab him more. Okay, okay. What does it look like, guys?
This is evolution.
Is it? Is it really?
Behold, as I discard this fragile body. Witness
That's what is on his back.
as I grasp the power.
Are those like tentacles or is it like the tree trunk things? Oh, they're moving. Oh no. Wait, is there another head there? Was I right? Oh, he's got like faces and stuff on his shoulder. There is another head. Oh my god. Okay, that's creepy. That looks so spooky. Is that meant to be like the Sistine Chapel? Yeah. It's definitely a reference to the Hand of the God. Oh my lord. Okay. Those look like destruction. Oh, they are destruction. Awakened God. Is this the last boss? How nice. No runbacks for us. Oh, it's gonna happen a lot more, Sean. Don't you worry. You gotta get ready. Yep. Yeah, real comfortable again. I need a footrest. I have a cardboard box currently. It's starting to wear down.
Show me everything you have. Offer up your pen.
My feet are uncomfortable, my legs are comfy. feel like my posture's pretty good. What do you want me to do here?
If you want constant pain, I'm glad. Better yet, how about death?
No. Well, probably yes. Wait, what is that? Yeah, I kinda blocked it.
You face godlike power.
A smush or a smash chat? I don't know. I don't know what those mean. Is that hands? I thought they were feet. I thought it was maybe getting kicked in the butt. No, I didn't block it. I think they might be feet, but they're like really swollen. They could potentially be hands. And they're just swollen hands. Ow. What if there is another phase? We should imbue our... I forgot to do the sword effect thing. So we should definitely do that with fire. Oh, what's that? You know what this fight reminds me of? That Elden Ring fight with the librarian lady. What's gonna happen when I finish this game? What am I gonna do? I am literally gonna be lost. Ow. Yeah, but see, I leveled up my sword like 5 times. So of course his mace is getting blocked by my sword. I'm joking. Oh yeah, I did have to finish Zelda. Yeah. True. I don't know if there's a Souls-like coming out anytime soon. I swear there was another one coming out, the Wukong one. I think it's a Chinese game. We're gonna change out our grindstone. And then we can use that. No, maybe out until spring. When's that? Is that March? Same as Smite. Yeah, I guess that is a while. I got an interesting email regarding that game. I thought it was really weird. And then I didn't respond because I was just like, I don't know, I don't trust this email enough. I got an email to do a survey for the devs of that game, question mark? But I looked into the company that it seemed to be routing to, and it was like an AI company. And I was just like, what? Okay. That's just weird. Oh, this is new. Yeah. What the hell was that? Yikes. I keep forgetting I need to finish Zelda. What a surprise. He's did it twice. No, see, it's, oh, whatever. Oh yeah, I didn't send anything with the postcard. I was meant to. God, I, I forgot so much. I'm fine with the bullet time. You just never see me use it. I know how to use it. Oh, you just threw that hand? Okay. The parry I am struggling with. Yeah, no, I can still do it. I know how to do the bullet time. Oh no. Okay, that thing gives you disruption, which makes you blow up. Don't like how little health they have. Wow, it did so much. There are no guns in this game. I wonder if there is another phase. Ow! Mm. Not used to it yet. We just gotta get to the part where it's muscle memory. Hey.
Show me everything you have. Upward up Geppetto.
What if we did this? That did a lot. Ow. Oh, I missed. The amount of time I use this thing and it doesn't get pulled off, oh my gosh, that missed. Don't know what I was trying to do anyway. Yeah, I know what you mean. When you fight a boss too much and then like you know exactly what they're gonna say. I do feel like boss fights these days though, they switch up what they're gonna say. They have multiple lines, not just the same one. There is a particular line in a Rugrats game that I used to play as a kid, and it was golf. And the voiceover guy would, like, every time you did a really bad shot, the voiceover guy would be like, "Oh, you didn't eat your vegetables, did you?" And honestly, that thing, that line lives in my mind, like rent free. There's just this whiny voice where he's like, "You didn't eat your vegetables, did you?" Hello. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have healed so quickly. Oh, I missed. Nice. I was too far away. You're not wrong about the sirens. Hey, I'm on fire. Neater. Oh. I don't know what he's doing. Oh dear lord, what is he doing? Oh, there's hands. What is happening right now? Why am I on the ground? Honestly, I had no idea what that was. Oh, okay. Oh, there's so much happening everywhere and I don't understand it. I haven't played Borderlands in so long. They used to be one of my favorite games. I feel like I grew out of it a bit. I almost had Borderlands 2, like all the achievements 100%ed and all that. Maybe Borderlands 3 ruined it a bit for me.
Show me everything you have. Open up Geppetto.
I'm stuck. Okay. Lovely. The prequel! Oh my god, I forgot it existed! Ah, that poor game got made in Australia. It has Australian accents. I didn't mind it. I didn't think it was that bad. I still played it. I am. I was totally on the team. I am to blame. Yeah, I didn't think I hated it low grab. I don't know, I thought it was fine. But also, I was also one of those gamers that was like less critical. I felt like if I was still having fun, it was okay. I remember I played that game with some high school friends. You know, though, I actually 100% forgot that the prequel existed until you mentioned it just now. Like, it could have been DLC for me. You literally just opened up, like, a part of my brain that I forgot. I was like, oh yeah. Like, I played that game a fair bit. I don't think I finished the DLC, though. Robin! Thank you so much for the raid. Do I have any mods in the chat? Question mark? Hang on.
This is evolution.
Thank you. What were you streaming? Did it say? Oh, there needs to be an SO. This isn't one of my better ones. Oh, Sekiro! Nice. How are you finding it? People don't talk about that one as much anymore. I don't know why. How? How again? Oh god, I don't even know if I remember what the monkey is. I'm gonna pretend I know what you're talking about. Because it sounds familiar. Sekiro was my favorite one for a while. Except for the final boss fight. But have fun with that. Ow. I don't understand what to do with this. It's brutal. This one has picked up a bit of Sekiro mechanics, but it's not as brutal. You really have to, like, play along with their mechanics in Sekiro. You have to make sure you're actually doing the parries. It's hard to do it, the other way around. Final boss is the best by far. Just takes the mechanics to the limit. The only reason why I say I didn't like the final boss in Sekiro is because I was sick, I remember, for like 2 weeks or something. And during that time, I was still trying to stream and finish that last boss fight, and it took me, like, I want to say 10 hours to do it. But I think I think the cards were stacked against me. I think I just wasn't feeling well. But I was still, like, forcing myself. No, hopefully not. Like, in hindsight, I'm like, I really should have just played that when I was feeling better. Instead of just, like, unga bunga, I don't know, just, like, bashing my head through a wall. Yeah, my last stream of this was like 4 hours on one boss. It was rough. That was a tough boss. This one looks like it's gonna be tough, but it doesn't look like it'll be as tough. I really just gotta start focusing on his movements and learn. You know, when you learn what they're gonna do, when you get into the rhythm. I also forgot to use my fire thing. Yeah, like I don't know how to say their name, to be honest. She's an electric lady. Light of my life. Oh, she was the longest view as well. The swamp monster, I actually got lucky, I think. I think I did alright. But yeah, she was hard. She was like I felt like she was this game's Melania in a sense, based on her designs. Only a little bit, to be honest. She had Melina vibes to me. She didn't play the same. That's not what I want. Okay, this is what I do. What? Oh, I missed. I don't understand. Why did I miss? Ugh. Oh, damn it. It's done that before, and it's like he's still, but I guess his head isn't big enough? I don't know. It's kind of lame. Yeah, can I move? Okay. Hello again. Oh. Let's just redo that. It was very satisfying once I learned how to parry her, like, electric orbs. When I realized you could actually parry those, and then you parry her, like, her teleport. Yes, that's when things started to happen. Okay, let's remember to use the fire thing, and hopefully that boss fight won't last as long. Well, yeah, I definitely wasn't beating her without that.
Show me everything you have. Open up your pencil.
I'm sorry, there's an ad. I know. I take less damage when I don't have these stuck up in there. I think they can see my stream in the corner. Right? You know, the frustrating thing is, the reason why I run ad blockers is to stop the dumb pop-ups that happen. I am fine to watch like a regular old video. Yeah. Before a video or something. That's fine. It's more annoying when you know how you watch YouTube and you get the pop-ups and things that come up? They're really distracting. And then, you know, when you go to read an article and they just have, I don't know. Dumbass. You found this fight unfun. It's been okay. This fight, I don't have an opinion of it yet. My time is running out. Sure. What is that? Oh, you're wasted. Thank you so much for the resub for 75 months. Oh. Oh no. Heal, heal, heal. Yeah. I haven't done a lot of damage on this one. Oh my. Yeah, I get what you mean. It feels very wishy-washy. It's hard to see when you're gonna block him. My favorite boss fights is actually the more like humanoid-shaped ones. Because they are easier to read. This is more of a Souls, like a Dark Souls-y type boss. The classics. Oh no, like Bloodborne or something. I didn't realize that was gonna happen. All your bosses are humanoid shape. Are you talking about at work? Yeah, same. It just feels more, I don't know. It feels more tangible when you're versing a character that's more similar in shape to the character you're using. I don't know what it is about it. Really? The second phase of the King of the Puppets was easier than the first? Not for me.
Show me everything you have. Upward of
I thought the second phase was really fast. I also was using a slow weapon. I don't know if that counts. Yeah, you just gotta cop those numbers on the chin. Yeah, run it again. And eventually you'll get it. Eventually you'll know everything there is to know about them. Yeah, you get out of this stuff. I don't know what it is, but... that's lame. We just skipped the back? Oh. Why did I jump? No. This is so lame. No, that's just the whole game. Those are just for the whole game. It's about half of what... Wait, no, I got 800 deaths in Elden Ring. That was a lot. Yeah, I kind of wish I got this katana. Now I feel like it's too late. Someone told me about it. But it's not... I put all my points in Nativity. I don't know if that would stuff it up. I see. Yeah, I thought about it. But that was... I only, like, kind of... ummed about it on the last boss fight, I reckon I'll be fine. I don't mind this one too much. But I do prefer katanas in general. I do really like Neo. Because I'm a weeb. No, I just like light and fast swords. I like the length, so I like having reach. And I want it to be like medium speed, I guess. Although I have no idea how that katana plays, I never tried. Oh. Okay, call me a weeb. I'm not a weeb. I only watch anime to fall asleep. I do usually use either a big weapon like this, or an axe, or a regular sword, or like, yeah, like a katana type. Anything with reach is good.
Show me everything you have. Upward of Geppetto.
There was I didn't finish Dark Souls 2, and I lost my save file, and I'm never going back to it. But anyways, I don't know which one it was. I got like a really big weapon in, I think I want to say it was Dark Souls 3. It was I got a big great sword. I think it was Dark Souls 3. And that's when I started using bigger swords. Oh, you're one of those. The world is divided into two parts. You have the people who love Dark Souls 2, and the people who think it's the worst game ever made. It's weird that it's divided people. And you know what makes it more confusing? There's two different versions. 10 kinds of people, those who can count in binary. What? What do you mean? Yeah, I blocked way too early for that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna fight on it, to be honest. Because, honestly, I have forgotten so much about that game by this point, I can't be bothered. It's like, you know what? They enjoyed it. Just because it was a pain for you. Ando truly made me look so foolish. Oh, 1-0. Oh! Oh. Sorry. It's so bad. I can't.
This is
I knew that. You should have a shirt with that. Or maybe you need to get another shirt with that. It's from JJ's. Oh my god, does that store still exist? Dude, you didn't even flinch. I can't hit him. This is so dumb. God damn it. I used to shop at JJ's. They were in fashion at one point. That's all good. Thank you again for the raid, Robin. Yeah, that one wasn't happening. You got a hottest 100 fit from there today. What does that mean? You went to JJ's today? Yeah, I remember... I'm trying to think. I haven't gone to JJ's in a while. I do remember one time, like, I went shopping with my sister and I was looking for, like, denim skirts. And I went there because I have some jeans, but they're all, like, cheap quality jeans, not gonna lie. Anyways, I tried 2 different sizes, right? And between the 2 different sizes, they fit horribly on me. And I was just like, who is this for? Like, why doesn't this fit at all? Like, it just didn't, like, sit right. Like, it was for someone who was meant to be shaped like I don't know, a rectangle or something. Like, it was very flat. It's so weird. Poor quality. Poor quality. Thanks, Stefan. Tiger jeans are good quality. Maybe I should go there. I don't need jeans, though. I've still got my skinny legs from when I was 13. I'm all good. A button-up shirt and matching pants got watermelons on it. Oh, that is kind of cool. You sure you didn't try a Minecraft skin? I mean, it might as well be. I remember wearing it and it was like so straight. Like, it didn't fit my body at all. It was weird. And I was like, maybe this shop is for 12-year-olds or something. Like, they just haven't got any shape. Cause I like, to me it is like a teenager, like young adult store, right? It's like Supre. Supre is the same thing. I haven't gone to Supre in a long time. I think they make all their clothes for like very straight people. I don't mean like sexuality straight. I mean like their body's straight. Stiff. My last set of clothes, I don't buy a lot of clothes now. I bought a few, like 2 nice clothes from like, I don't know, like a branded store, and then otherwise it was an Uniqlo. Ow. This guy, he's hard to verse because he kind of just keeps flailing. And you lose rhythm. Oh, I died to that thing once. I'm really just gonna keep running for that one. Yeah, that's something I've been wondering is like how the quality of Uniqlo has held up over the years if they're trying to, because stores are trying to do this, right? Where they're trying to keep their prices the same, but in order to do so, they need to lower the quality of their items. So I haven't minded my stuff from them. But I don't know if they're gonna be like a store that where their stuff will just get worse and worse. Ow. Oh, I have more there. I don't know where else to buy my clothes from, to be honest. The UT stuff's atrocious now. What's UT? Branded anime TV stuff. Huh. Like, I honestly feel like I'm just gonna stick to, like more bougie, fancy stores, but don't get the super expensive stuff. Get the ones that look like it's decent quality at a decent price and call it a day. And definitely like keeping an eye on what style they are and that it has longevity. I think Dark Souls is way difficult than Elden Ring. Like Dark Souls the first game? My memory of Dark Souls, I've played it so long ago. I never found it too difficult. I don't know. Like it was harder than Dark Souls 3. But, not that hard. That being said, I do think Elden Ring has a lot of boss repeats. So... I think what Elden Ring did do, which made things difficult, is they would have, they have a lot of multiple, like you're fighting multiple things at once, and that just makes everything all the more complicated. It made things so annoying. No, he didn't do the thing. Okay, he did that one. I want to do the heavy thing. No. Dude, I don't know why it's so hard to get a heavy attack on this guy. The dual gargoyle fight? I actually wonder how many deaths I had in that dual gargoyle fight. Because I had to keep going back to that. Like, I would play it a few times, and then I'll be like, nah, not today. And then I'll come back to it later. And I swear I went back to that fight 3 or 4 times. We do forget about the dual gargoyle fight. Yes, fighting an undead while getting bit by a T-Rex from behind. Yeah, it makes it so much more complicated. It's annoying. But it makes it more annoying than like it doesn't feel like it's fair when you're versing multiple enemies at once. This game has a multiple enemy boss. I didn't mind it too much because they did try to stagger it. And that kind of stuff, but that was nice. Dark Souls, hang on, Dark Souls has some like bosses with multiple dogs. I think that might be from Soft's MO. I don't know what to do with this fight. Okay, I blocked that. Okay, you can block that. I just gotta get into the part where I start focus, like maybe chat goes quiet or something, and then I just focus on the game. And that's when I really learn. And like, okay, it's a learning time. There are some bits that I've noticed I do just block on reaction. Oh wait, I gotta not stand in that. Multiple enemy Sekiro. Did Sekiro have multiple enemies at once? I know they had like several enemies in a row. Oh, I can't remember. I didn't use any summons for Sekiro, surprisingly. Elden Ring I did, because there was a stage towards the end where they'll keep throwing you with multiple enemy bosses, and I was like, oh my god, I just want to finish this game. Like, please stop. And so I did do a few of them with the summon. I remember one in particular, I was just like, I'm over it. I can't. I always try to not use a summon. You bought a couple of plain black t-shirts from Target for $5 each, and they're some of the most comfy shirts you own. That's pretty good.
Show me everything you have. Offer up your metal.
I do sometimes find though those shirts that are like soft, like those cotton shirts, I feel like they can get holes in them more easily than others. Like I have some shirts from Cotton On. I used to just like buy a bunch of t-shirts because that used to be all I wear. I know I'm wearing a t-shirt now, but anyways, more so before. And I had a bunch of shirts that just got holes in them after like a few years, and I was like, no. And they were the ones that were softer and more comfortable. Yeah, I guess that would look fine if you're just getting a black one and then you use like black thread. I do know how to sew. Yeah, that does help. My mum bought me like a sewing kit set. I don't know. Sometime last year, and I have no idea where I've put it. I'm really annoyed, and I don't think it was that much. But it's gone. It's just gone. These movements are kind of similar to Godfrey in, I think I know who you're talking about and what you mean, yeah. It's the one arm thing. Look, I will spend forever in this boss fight, so like, I don't know. I just want I want to recognize that I'm not fussed about defeating this in a rush. Probably full well, if I wasn't streaming, I probably would do these boss fights a lot faster. My focus is totally split, you know, guys. And she have a boss rush? What's a boss rush? I just don't understand how people do no-hit runs and things like that. Yeah, don't take some fight, guys. Oh, kind of like in Kingdom Hearts. That boss rush, they have that the Colosseum thing.
As I discard.
That would be cool. Bloodborne does have a few things. I don't know if they don't have a boss rush though, but they do have like DLCs where you fight. I don't know, there's like separate fights. Fury, another go. Wait, what's Fury? Are you talking about the game Fury? You know, I tried that out. That was like years ago. I remember I tried to stream it so long ago. I don't know if I was in New Zealand or something. And I could not focus on it at all. Like, it was just too fast. And I was like, no. I do wonder if I'd be able to handle it now. But I know with, for example, Hollow Knight, the DLC, I can't get past the boss that's in that now that I'm stuck on. I can't remember what it was called. It was King of something. That boss fight was so fast-paced. And I swear it's kind of like how fast-paced Fury was. Yeah. I know you did, but I was like, I tried it like, I can't remember if I streamed it. I swear I streamed it once. And it was way too hard and I like ditched it. And I was just like, did I even speak about that? The end of the game's a little overtuned, NGL. Are you talking about Lies of P or Hollow Knight?
Show me everything you have. Offer up Geppetto.
Yeah, start. Lies of P. Okay. So now when you're saying overtuned, are you saying the boss is overtuned? Alright, well I think that DLC... that DLC boss is overtuned. Sorry, that DLC boss. That DLC boss in Hollow Knight is overtuned. The whole last chapter. So that last boss was kind of insane. Yes. And it was a mandatory boss, and I thought that was insane. Maybe they just expect you to level up a bunch? Pantheons are disgusting. Pantheons are disgusting. What are you talking about? Yeah. I really do feel like... Sometimes I don't know what people are talking about when they're talking about this game. Because I haven't looked into anything. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, heavy attack. Oh. See, this is where, like... Ugh, he got me. Like, that's so unfair. My one attack, right? I can't use it, because this guy... Wait, this guy is weak to acid? I put on the fire thing. Because I'm like, oh, he's human. Am I meant to switch it to acid? The one thing Melina has going for her is that she's optional, exactly. The fact that the boss that I did last week was not optional. Unacceptable. Ow. Ow, again. Alright, we're just gonna run into him. Now. That didn't work. Is anyone into Wolong? Does anyone play that? I heard they got kind of mixed reviews. Okay, please, I hope you don't get into the subliminal messaging of it. If you guys read the postcards I sent you, I'm so sorry, but you've been brainwashed. What? Alright, let's switch it out for acid then. I don't think so. My writing, my handwriting, is very different on like anything I write. Every time I write, it looks different. Can you dodge boss hit by rolling or just parrying and evading? Like, dodge and then hit the boss? You can dodge and hit the boss. Yeah. The parrying thing, I don't know. I could maybe just, I could try and focus on just dodging. This game does reward you for parrying because you get the fatal attacks by doing it, but you can dodge. Okay, am I doing more damage with the acid? Yeah, I personally don't consider myself to have nice handwriting for things. Ow. Because I feel like it's more like because it's inconsistent. I wish I had some consistency. I think it's because I don't write that often. Anyways. So, yeah, I think this run I haven't been dodging, blocking that much. I do have the acid thing now though. And that is doing a lot more damage than the fire. Oh, I wish I knew that earlier. No, I wrote Elsirian's postcard with chicken scratch handwriting. That was intentional. Shame you only get the Y at the end. This doesn't really help you out, getting it at the end. Alright, let's run that out. Again? I don't have stamina for this. That's so unfair. Twice in a row? Ow! Okay, I didn't notice that one. I really got to hit him with my acid stuff. A rule that I quite often do with a lot of these games is I'll be like, okay, just one hit and then block. And I'm wondering if I need to start doing that with this guy. Nah. Just running to the right or left from the elect arrow position should be fine without rolling. Yeah, I should try to run more than rolling actually.
Show me everything you have. Open up your
Oh, I didn't think I was gonna get hit by that one. You know what it is? It's because he pushes you away. And I think that's where the greed bit comes in. That rarely hits you. At least that. Oh. Okay, it's kind of just wailing around at the moment. Why'd he cancel it? How dare he? His booty tapped me. Oh, I need a hydrate. I thought it was a bit spicy of him. Oh, I am gonna die to whatever that is. I can't go in. Oh, I can go in now. No. Oh. Sorry for assuming that would just disappear. Well, that's lame. This is a bad run. I have nothing for the second phase. And here I was thinking I was getting like good progress in terms of a pattern. Like I was thinking, okay, maybe we'll focus on doing one hit, wait for him to do something. Like having more patience. You don't want to don't know if you want to display the message side or the image side. Oh. Surely the image side, right?
behold, as I discard this fragile body.
The art of postcards is dead. People don't get postcards anymore. Have you guys ever received a postcard from someone? Like if they went overseas and they sent over a postcard? He is hard to get to the back of though. I'm pretty sure I've sent postcards back home when I was overseas. Rachel's boss can't fathom people saying their friends things. Don't they work in a print shop? That's crazy. Yeah, just to myself.
Show me everything you have. Up with them.
Okay, let's oh. That's a greedy hit. I don't know, am I attacking his back? Very hard to tell. Where does his back begin and end? Wait, I was gonna say, don't tell me I'm facing the wrong way.
You face godlike power. Your time is running out.
Thank you. I told you to not tell me that I'm facing the wrong way. Oh my. I swear I've gotten through this phase. It's like almost full health things. Now I only got 5. Okay, that's just... I should have just kept running. I started to dodge because he was like... He had a red attack there. It. Don't jinx me. It's a good run, but I don't think it's it. I haven't learned this phase enough, in my opinion anyway. Okay. Oh, okay. It's the second arm. He throws in a new one, you know? Did I do anything? No. I need to have like at least 2 playthroughs where I almost get it, but I don't. And then I get really angry. This is, I have to run, don't I? Wait, do I? No. Oh, now I have to run. I thought he just did that. Oh, well, that sucks. Keep running. Oh my goodness. Oh, there was so much running and not enough hitting. This game has me fatigued. Now I know about what that person meant by this felt overtuned at the end. It's like this on the back of a boss that was like really hard as well. And you can't level, like, I can't level up my sword any more than this. This is my max sword. Unless I was to start to use consumables. I don't think grinding levels is really worth it at this point either.
Show me everything you have. Upward of
Like, it feels like anything that you could do doesn't feel worth it because nothing's really making a difference. Unless you were to totally respec and get a different weapon. I think when I start to think I need to change strats, that's when I start to think I just need to get good. Why? Why? I did think today was gonna be more chill, not gonna lie. Man, that's a crazy thought to have. And it's worth trying to get to his back in the second phase as well. But yeah, I guess he can't really hit you if you're on his back. I did want it a bit more chill, yeah. I want a little bit more exploration. Yeah. I don't know. Mistakes were made. That does nothing. I barely did any damage. What if I have to get something else on my arm? You know? Oh no. Okay, I'm good. Try to get closer and dodge left for that phase. Wait, the second phase? Dodge left? Really? Okay, maybe I should start dodging left. Alright. I guess that hand is quick. Is that why? Oop, ow. Okay. Dodging left helping me out right now. I haven't hit once. She was... Oh no. I'm slowly learning what that had to the floor beans. Why can't I interrupt them, honestly? I hit the dodge roll button. No! Do I block or do I dodge? Ah, it's 400. What a nice round number. Will I finish this game before I get to 500s? Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I'm starting to I'm like, do I block here or do I dodge? And I'm like in the middle of a indecision every time. You just gotta pick one. Because I think you don't take damage if you dodge, right? There is a invincible frames. Keep watching his elbows. His elbows? What does his elbows have anything to do with it? It looks like he has 10 of them. Oh, the elbow's on his back, right? He does have 10 of them. Are you winning? No, Balborn. We're trying.
Better yet, how about death?
Eventually I'll come up with a strat that works for me.
Speed running to 1,000 deaths, I see.
Speed running to 1,000 deaths. Hey, Germania, thank you so much for the resub. Oh. Yeah, whenever I think elbows, I think the funny bone. And how it's not really that funny when you hit it. Oh, I have no stamina. Oh yeah, it is called The Humorous, which is pretty funny. Did I hit him? I think it did. Aim block. Hello, Opulent Prune. I am not winning. I know it looks like I just did, but this is second phase. Let's try to get to... Oh, he doesn't have arms on his back anymore. It moved. I was so used to looking at these weird back things. Ow. Oh, shoot. Yeah, they had like a full, like, I don't know what you call that painting. I've forgotten. The Michelangelo painting moment. The Creationer. Okay, hang on. I shouldn't have, like, dodged. I should have just ran, but I don't know. I panicked. And then I feel like you can't stop because there's a bit of a stagger when you stop. No. Oh, those are gonna hit me. Holy balls. Oh no, that's one's gonna hit me. I feel like I'm getting better. It's hard to tell. Every run is a lesson. The Marbles movie. The Marbles movie was okay. That's really nice. You just mixed a can of Solo with a little bit of Bic Ford's lime cordial. Nice. Just drinking some water. These games are a test for your sanity, you know? You gotta... I don't know, it's how you develop patience. You know, I really think... I started to play this game in a tough time in my life.
Show me everything you have.
And I really mellowed out as a person. And I wonder how much I can attribute to these games. What do? They humbled me as a person. Oh dear. Oh dear, this isn't the run, is it? But it probably wasn't this game. Oh no. So I want to know where all these go. What's the boss name? The current boss, Simon Manus, Arm of God. You don't need to Google strats too much. Although I don't mind. I don't know, sometimes I don't mind the tips. Sometimes. Simon Menace, Arm of God. Hardest boss ever made. Not really. I don't think so. I don't know, I haven't defeated him yet. Hmm. Ah, that didn't block and dodge in time. His weakness is that I never give up. No, that did not reach. And that I respawn and he doesn't. That's his weakness. Alright, let's run. Ow. It's not fair that he gets to attack me whilst I'm running from multiple projectiles. So many of them. You can't tell me that was fair. Yeah, again. See, like, that's just annoying. Now that we're here, I can decide if it's annoying or not. It's honestly weird that they used hexagons. Like, that's the most generic sci-fi space you could use. Sci-fi shape you can use. Like, they use the hexagons in Marvels. to that effect. I don't know. I think that's my only criticism, apart from it being basic. Hmm. Hexagons happen a lot in nature. Do they? I guess they do. If you look at bees. Yeah, I guess. Oh. I had a horrible dream about bees the other day. I had a dream that someone, like, essentially poked a beehive, a bee's nest, and then, like, all these bees just came running over. And I was stung. I don't know, it's just part of the dream. There's quite a few crystal structures that become hexagons. Huh. That's because hexagons are the bestigons. It's a shape that makes the most use of the room it's provided. I see. What about an octagon? I don't think I said that properly.
Show me everything you have, Upper Geppetto.
Maybe I can block his projectiles. Do you reckon? Ow. Oh. Yes. Octagons don't line up the same way, I see. Hey, it's Marley.
If you want constant pain, I lie.
I've never seen a snowflake in real life.
How about death?
If it snows where you live, have you guys ever seen a snowflake? Okay, look, I'm not saying like in a social justice warrior situation. If that's what you mean. No, I've just never seen a snowflake. I've seen snow, but I've never seen it snowing. That's the one thing I've never seen. Oh, that's so cool. I mean, there's probably a lot of other things I haven't seen, but I feel like that's one of the things that I feel like it's common that I've never seen. Yeah. No! All these things, this movie just sucks. It's creepy. I plan to use this. I was meant to when I loaded in to this one. I was thinking I'd try get into the habit of that so that I can get a bit more damage in. course. Really stuck on that second mode. Hi, Boomy. Would you even be able to be in a Twitch chat when Twitch Courier shuts down? I feel like my camera is so far that way. Woo wee. Alright.
Show me everything you have. Aqueduct Geppetto.
Thank you so much for the follow, Stefan, by the way. I appreciate it. I also appreciate your help. Also, I don't know if you noticed I'm new. So very exciting. Yes, Belmont. Wait, did I use my hydrate? I didn't hydrate, did I? You asked me to hydrate like 5 minutes ago. Maybe 10 by this point. Did you try getting good? No. This is me just playing okay. But Ilsurian, have you tried asking nicely? Imagine if that's all it took to get a house. A viewer just pops into a chat. Would you please give me a house? Sure. I'll just give you one of my spare houses. For storage? Yeah, I guess. Oh, shoot. Now we... Oh. Actually, yeah. You can't use that move whilst it's doing that. It doesn't work. Okay, we need a drink. Drink more water. I didn't even get to the second stage, that last one. I don't know if I've been getting better at all. I guess he does use his whip a lot on that side. Oh, I got the acid effect going. Maybe that's what I gotta work on. Damn it. Do not hit that block. Okay. Second phase. Oh, this is a part where I'm like, I should do this. Oh my goodness. No, let me get up and heal. Oh my gosh. No. Oh no. Well, this is already more damage than I normally do, which is good. Didn't get that block on. Hang on, I'll read that red jump thing in a second. Oh, I shouldn't have. I have no more health. That did okay. For that red jump, just circle or run to his first position. Oh, yeah, I get what you mean. I think sometimes I start on the wrong foot with that one. I did better than most. I just don't think, like, there's any real cheese points with this one.
Show me everything you have.
I think this feels like an honest, you have to just do more damage than he does to you type of deal. Yeah. Excuse me while I miss everything. Getting knocked down is annoying. That's for sure. Ah, that's also annoying. Dodging my failable art. Throw acid? The thing is, that's a consumable. Is that expensive? Here's my thing with consumables, and I'm sure I'm not alone in this. If a boss is gonna take me over like 100 tries, I don't like consumables. Yeah. Oh, okay. But it could be an idea. Like, I've probably put it in that bottom slot there for when I'm out. Out of the grindstone one. I rarely get to that point anyway. No, dodge too early. How dare you? Throwing? You mean like losing? Ah, shoot. Hmm. Let's have a look-sees. I know. Let me see what's throwable acid. I don't even know what it looks like. That's cat dust. Throwing objects. Throwing cell, thermite, acid canister. One of these. Oh, I only have 3 of them. I wonder how much they are. Well, I have a fire canister and an acid canister. I'll probably only use it if I feel like the run is going well. To close in some of those gaps and see how it goes.
Show me everything you have. Aqueduct Geppetto.
Oh, I forgot to do the thing. Damn it. Oh. Start off so well. dodge it in time. Oh no, I've reached the stage where I'm just gonna sit here silently whilst I focus on my game. Oh. Oh yeah, I got the white thing already. I did get a lot of blocks there, which was good. So I don't understand why Power World has a squirrel with a turret on your head? With a machine gun? Power World? I am questioning it all. Oh no. No. Oh, I was gonna say, I feel like my only hope is he doesn't do these kinds of moves. Because they're really brutal. My goodness. I am stuck. Stuck in his armpit. Alright, let's see what this does. Okay. I don't know how it did. Did it work? Question mark? I used the wrong one. Was I not meant to use that one? Was I meant to use a different one? Oh, oh no. Damn it. Because I was focused on it. I tried to dodge the other way and I think I just dodged into it. Abrasive one? Oh, I don't have that one. Hang on, let me double check. Yeah, I just thought you gave me a random name. Abrasive. I have acid canister. I don't think I have abrasive. And I never use anything. Oh, wait, you mean this thing? Oh, sorry. But I have been using that. I only have two. Can you get another one? Can you get three? Do you reckon? Wait, I have three again. When Temtem was still brand new and didn't have many players, Oz were 1 in 4,000 after it properly launched. Wait. Oh, you were shiny hunting in Temtem. I didn't know Temtem had shinies. Looks fun and hard. It is fun and hard. Yeah, I didn't realize what was the name of this grinder stone thing, actually. I don't know, unless I'm gonna get 3 instead of just 2. Potentially. Oh wait, you can have consumables of those, can't you? I forgot. Oh, now I know what you mean. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I just remembered. This. That's how I started to use them. I forgot that they had consumables. That would make sense. Here I was wondering if you can have 3 permanently. I mean, maybe you can. I don't know. Don't know if that was in the quartz thing at all. Oh dear. And you just run the acid abrasives and the fire thing. Okay. It's really not letting you hit him. Oh. Oh my gosh. Wait, I can dodge through it, dodge forward. Yeah, maybe. I don't know why I didn't think of doing that. I did notice a few ghosts that you can just dodge through it, and I kind of forgot. Mm. Well, oh, this thing's a pain in the butt to throw. Oh, and it throws it on the ground too. That's not useful. Who's that helping? Oh, shoot. Okay, we're getting better, I promise. We are. Let me just get my stress ball out. Let me add those abrasives on there. How rare are shinies? Hang on, I gotta read that. We don't know how rare shinies are to be in Power World. Wait, there's shinies in that new game, Power World? In about 30 hours of gameplay, you encountered 3 shinies in total. That makes them pretty rare. But yeah, it doesn't sound that rare, is it? This isn't to reduce my stress, I'm just exercising my hands. I need to get a real stress ball though, because this one's cracking. But yeah, it's a brain. You know? I don't know. Because it's a brain, it's like cracking in here. No, yeah, keep them strong. Let's go. Alright, let's equip the right thing. The harder you squeeze that, the harder you're squeezing your brain. This thing? Oh wait, I unequipped the other one. And then this one. True, I haven't found the puppet string very successful with him. Often it misses or something. Maybe using the flame arm might be useful. Maybe I can level that up. That wouldn't be crazy, right? If I'm not really using the puppet string otherwise. I'm doing alright. I had to restart my stream earlier because I realized I had a wrong setting on. And I didn't want to get in trouble. Yeah. I was like, oh, I should probably redo that. I had a lot of viewers the first time around. I think this game is meant to be set to 18 plus because it has mature. I don't know, it has violence or something in it. They don't do it automatically. Based on the topic, you have to set it yourself. You know how Twitch, like, if you were to select a game, it sets the, I don't know what you call it, the content rating for you? Yeah. That's alright. I don't mind. Yeah, because Liza P has a mature rating set on it. And it's a shame because I'm not like, I don't know, I'm not a potty mouth or anything like that, but because I like Souls-likes, I am kind of stuck with this kind of stuff. Hang on, I haven't been focusing. I mean, sometimes that is a way to do it. Oh wait, like I said, I haven't been focusing. No, bugger, I want to heal you, mate. Oh my god. I also don't think it's particularly, like, that serious on Twitch. Like, I don't know if you would get in trouble for it. Oh, I'm out of thingo. Lovely. I was trying to use my abrasive thing. Okay, that one we can dodge through. Oh, you didn't do it again. Maybe we're really gonna learn. I haven't hit a single thing. I've been like... Oh, my brain breaks when I try to do something. That's why I don't like to bother with consumables. It's another thing I have to do. Whilst I'm like watching them play all there are. I'm out of health. What is he doing? Oh, this is this thing. I think. Bone cutting saw. Is that the weapon? You get into a bit of trouble. You got your entire stream set to mature anyway because you can't help but swear. I used to swear a lot when I streamed. I kicked it out of me a couple of years ago. I had like a swear jar and then eventually I just stopped swearing and I was like, oh, okay, there it is. We lost it. Sometimes it comes through. Twitch is pretty good putting the mature tag on your stream automatically. Yeah, I kind of like that it does that anyway, especially for certain games, because then it's like, hey, great, I have to think about that. Oh, I thought we had 420 now. No, 409. Um, let's try. We're just gonna try it, alright? We're gonna try and use a flamberge, but I'm gonna need to level it up, I think. I don't know how much it is to level up. Oh, I need a pee. I'm gonna BRB in a moment. It's what happens when you drink too much water. Flanders. What is his name? Flanders. That's, yes. Homer Simpson's neighbor. Imagine if I got him exactly on 420. Or just before it, that would make you guys mad. Modify? Yes. Is there any other ones? I think there's a shock one. Wait, there is an acid charge. I have enough. Oh, that's a pool of acid though. Oh, I don't have enough? I need more Legion calibers? How much are they? It's gotten really empty in here.
Welcome to
Purchase. Maybe the other guy has it?
at the house of
He does not. How do you get the Legion calibers? I've barely used them. God damn. Okay. Maybe like random merchants have it. Well then, that was my other idea. I feel like I could still try it. Like, I don't know if the guy in Rosa Street, it's called Rosa Isabel Street, has some. You haven't ate yet? I don't know why you don't just eat earlier to get it out of the way. Well, I have to do that because I have to stream. But I do like to get my food out of the way so that I can just have a big chunk of things to do.
Show me everything you have. Up with them, Geppetto.
Mm. Nah. Guess people can eat when they want, just not 3 hours before bed. uh, Oh, we got the heavy attack here. Oh, okay. I can dodge through that. Ugh. Goodness me. I'm always healing when he does that wave. It's really unfortunate. It does some. Not amazing. I haven't used my thing. Let me get past him. He won't let me. Oh, okay. What is going on? I've seen this once before and it was so long ago. Oh, it's the hand. Oh my gosh. What the hell? How does this fight get even more intense, honestly? Like, it was already ridiculous. Well, we got halfway. What are we talking about? Do you want to be a knee to my Barkus and Smart too? No. I guess Barkus is in the game, isn't it? Oh yeah, they showed Neat's new, like, her new design. Didn't know if I liked it. Oh, I did better. Don't know why I did better. I can't wait till the alpha comes out, and then I no life the alpha. And I become a Smite creator again. What do they call them if not Pokemons, by the way? Pals? Oh. It's kind of funny. Ah, shoot. Yeah, how many pals do you have in-game and real life? It's just a joke waiting to happen. Heavy attack every time he puts his mace into his shoulders. Wait, he does that? Hang on, I need him to... Every time he puts his mace into his shoulders. I feel like it's always out. Alright. Like, when it's on its back? Like, yeah. I guess I don't really heavy attack much. I find I run out of stamina a lot. Which, I mean, makes more sense, but... Yeah, I did get his thing. Like, he is acidic right now. Oh, didn't dodge in time. It didn't work out for me. Attempts were made. Okay. Heavy attacks. They're not possible there. Oh, there. Oh, and here's... Okay. He doesn't want me to do anything. Oh my goodness me. Oh, I don't know what to do with that. Oh, I'm getting disrupted. Oh my god, I didn't know because I couldn't see. Oh, there was so much on the screen. That sucks. I don't even know if they're gonna put assault in the game. I would assume. Surely they stick. Smite 2 will stick with Assault, Conquest, and Arena. Oh, and Joust. I have 3 again. Do they always come back? I thought they were consumables.
Show me everything you have. Up with a Geppetto.
I think Alpha would just have Conquest for now. Yeah, probably. That's fine. I'll still play it and make people angry. Every time he did that, just run to the edge of the arena. Oh, okay. I don't know what you mean by the thrust attack. Is it that one that you're talking about? Or is it something else? Oh, shoot. I should have blocked. Oh, it refills from storage. Okay, so it's still a consumable. I was gonna say. I thought I only had 3, but... No, that means I'm starting this thing without any abrasives. that hit me? Oh no, I hate that move. It's always when I'm like trying to heal. That's not very helpful. Okay. You want to do it when I'm prepared for it? Wait, so this I go to the edge? Don't really know what's happening. Oh, okay. This thing. It misses. My goodness. I have no more healing. Oh shoot. Oh shoot, I don't have my thing. Shh. We all know what I'm trying to do. Why does he have to be doing that right now? That got very close. That was so close. I was about to break when I failed, but I didn't. It happened. Far out. Oh, it was hard. I don't have time to focus on the story. Here's Sophia. Oh man, I think I forgot a bit of story. I can never breathe after this. What have I done to— oh no, I have to tell him that I killed her. I gave her peace. Oh, I guess I'll tell her I gave her peace. What would the other option mean?
So I tried to use this power to hold her. Even if
Just realized his head is over here.
never could. It's fine if I'm gone. But be warned. Watch out for Geppetto.
Watch out for Geppetto. That's ominous. So now what?
Now him, he really scared me. A human becoming a god? Terrifying. But a puppet becoming a human? Now you have my attention.
Oh, that's us, isn't
Call
it?
yourself, but sounds fun to me.
Ah,
I wonder. What'll happen
I do want to end stream, like,
I sure don't.
in, like, 30 minutes.
You're
So I don't know what happens.
and I'm stuck with you, pal. Wouldn't have it any other way.
It's way past your bedtime. But you're an adult and it's not even 12. Wait, what? Oh my god, no spoilers. Who are you talking about? It's Geppetto.
That's
Can I go back up? What happens here? Oh, there's a thing here. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what's gonna happen. This is another boss fight. If I get more vitality, I don't know. What's this? A chest.
I knew you could do it.
We have all the ingredients.
Ingredients.
All the ingredients for what?
I dreamed of this day for so long. The moment you'd come back to life.
Oh, he was trying to...
You can be human again. By using that vast supply of ergo in the arm.
He was trying to bring his son back to life.
I just need the final ingredient. The one that holds.
Yeah, I have glasses on. It's from, I don't know.
Your.
It's a random dev
If you
thing.
give me your heart, all these trials and tribulations will be over. You have been a brilliant and a good boy. As your reward, I shall turn you into a real boy.
My hands are shaking still from the last boss fight.
Your heart.
What do I do? Do I do... I feel like we're refusing, right?
I believed you were a good boy. But you insist on breaking my heart. Well, I suppose.
Geppetto was the bad guy all along?
It seems you inherited his personality instead of his memories. But a father always
I can
looks
parry.
after his children. Even naughty ones that must be punished. Like you.
I'm still shaking.
In my own way, I grew to love you. After all, you're the puppet who would bring my son back to life.
But I want us to be a real boy. Oh no. Sounds so bitter.
You were a
Hey Patrick, the way you spelled Geppetto. Fair enough.
If you refuse, then I'll have to retrieve it myself.
No, we didn't beat Liza P. We just beat that, like, bloody insane hard boss.
My son.
What the frick is this?
You can become a real
Nameless puppet. Why didn't he turn this one into his bloody son then? Oh my goodness.
bound you to the great covenant like the other puppets.
His thing looks like a scissors.
I know you have done trouble.
Oh my god, he sounds so evil. Now I wonder what the other ending would have looked like.
Your freedom is not Carlo.
Oh, the betrayal, I saw it.
No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way.
Damn, I stuffed up.
Now, if you can't find those memories,
I was meant to heal and then do that. I did not heal and then do that. Let's switch my grindstone.
you can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
Yeah, okay. I have a heavy weapon. I don't think my heavy attacks stagger, which is a problem.
Because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you have gone astray. Troublesome puppet.
Oh,
Your freedom is not for you.
I get used to the timing.
No father wants to resort to the lash. But there's no other way.
I should definitely change my arm as well.
My life is full of nothing but
Damn it. Well, that's weird.
How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Oh, he's got two now. What the hell? Should have known. I did say that was scissors. Why is it red? What does that mean? Why did we hear Eugene? It means he's a Sith. Oh my gosh. I'm not going to sleep. I don't feel like I'm doing this tonight. We'll change the arm. Legion arm. Okay. I wasn't expecting another boss fight. I'm not complaining, I'm just like, oh. I feel like there's another stream left.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do art. Tomorrow will be, I'm working on a Link Zelda painting. So I'll do more art. And then we'll see, like, I'm trying to see how it goes with one gaming stream a week and then 2 art streams. And how I feel about that. As opposed to 2 gaming and 1 art. Yeah, man. Oh dear. You trumped you at work again? It's the weekend! I always dream about work now. Slightly annoying. Oh dear. Yeah, I understand, I understand. We'll discuss it when it's done if you still want it. Do you still do your wooden animal painting things? Oh my god, I haven't finished it yet. It's still sitting there on the drying rack. I know. I just run into it.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Oh dear.
I knew you'd gone astray. Troublesome little puppet.
I haven't been good at the second parries, like it does the first, right? Like when it goes multiple.
Your freedom is not for you, but for
I always get the first. Oh, it's the first puppet that Geppetto made for his son. I see. There's like a failed one, I assume, then.
to resort to the lash. But there's no other way. If you can't find peace, I'll make you into a real human myself.
Wait, did he just heal? Oh, it did. That's annoying. Do these guys not have any backstabbing?
If only I had spent more time. If only I showed you the further point. Father to son.
Let me pass the first phase. Goodness me.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
Just...
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you have gone astray. Troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you. For Carlo.
Ain't getting whacked.
Flash. But there's no other way.
No. I should heal there.
You can't find those memories. I'll make you into a real human myself.
5 more to... Oh, we're waiting for 420. Yeah. Is the red just because it looks cool? Generally speaking, I'm quite serious. Oh dear. Oh shoot, I didn't see that was happening at all. Oh, okay, that's fun. Okay. I'm trying to use the shock thing, but like, he has so many moves. Yeah, no kidding. He seems to throw out a lot of stuff. Out of range. Damn, I just got another health. Alright. I know, whatever, we got a new boss. I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish this one tonight. But we'll see how we go for the next few minutes or so.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
God damn it.
I know you have gone astray. You troublesome puppet. Your freedom
No.
is not for you, Carlo.
Kind of forgot where I am. We're still in the first phase, aren't we? Let's just focus on the pattern. That's real deep in thought.
Nothing more.
Ooh, my thing's broken. That's a problem. Almost never happens. Oh shit. My goodness. And I'm gonna find a spot where I can, like, fix my sword. Because, like, apparently that's gonna happen. Yeah. It's not very often you have to actually repair your sword. And that one, that fight you do. I mean, it depends what weapon you have, but, often I don't.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. Never bound to the Grand Covenant like
Oh dear.
Carlo's memories within you.
Feel my whole body, like... Wait, is blood a thing in this game? Is that why my sword got damaged really quickly? Can't get the timing, I'm not in the zone.
No father wants to resort to lash, but there's no other way. If you can't find those things, I'll make you a real human myself. After I lost you,
Damn it.
my life was full of
Thought I had him. Now I'm down to 3.
how dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Ugh. Oh dear, this is not going well. Wow, okay. Hmm. 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 This boss is making this room a bit warm.
You can become a real human.
My let me see. The pressure goes up when it closer it gets to my bedtime.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the
left over. Thanks so much for the resub. Hope you had a lovely New Year's.
Troublesome little puppet.
Oh, guys, it's a mod.
Not for you.
I think so. Oh, damn it, I didn't. It won't stop eating me. Wait, what? Oh, I must have run out. Sucks. Too long.
If you can't find those memories, I'll make you a real human myself.
What does mod mean?
How dare you? You're
True.
nothing more.
Oh shoot, okay. That was quite a big move. Ah, the talking is like really distracting. The dialogue. I really have to ignore it. Oh, okay. I can't believe Geppetto, like, was evil all along. Ooh, I blocked that one. Good job, me. Okay, not that one. Wait. I clipped my nail and it shot into my nose? Oh no, we only have one more for 420, guys.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant of the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Damn it. Like I did good work and then I just erased it.
Troublesome little puppet.
What the hell?
Freedom
Oh.
for Carlo. To resort to the last. No other way.
Okay, quickly heal. Grown stone. Okay. Instantly get wrecked. Like, totally wrecked. Yeah, I didn't get the parry on that one. My sword is gonna start breaking. There it is. The broken sword. Ah, I just got another hell. I feel like I happened before. There we go. There's a 420. Bask in all its gloriness. Yeah. Guys are so mature. Yeah, that's it. It's 420. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. Would have been really nice if I actually got that one. I could have. It wasn't that far off. No, I don't think it here. There's some part of me that was hoping just maybe I could get 419 just to make everyone mad. Everyone would just be like, no! Oh. I don't know, he's an edgelord. Is he not an edgelord? Why does he look like an edgelord? I don't know, everyone else is playing him, but... How else would you play your Timothy Chalamet? I don't know, say his last name. I shouldn't have attacked there. Oh, I keep stuck up on that one move. We don't have a dad. We're dadless. Dadless. Motherless. It's quite sad, actually. Shamanamale. Has anyone watched that Wonka movie? Apparently it's a musical. Is anyone shocked? Oh shit. You want to? Really? You like musical? I like musicals. Hang on, I'm talking to chat while I was trying to fight. And it's not working. Oh. She really should pay attention to when they're about to hit. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. You heard that Hugh Grant absolutely hated his time on it. What do you mean? Like he hated working on the movie? He hated being in Oompa Loompa? Maybe we should have just been Carlo. Carlo. Such an interesting twist on Pinocchio, isn't it? I don't know if I like the whole, like, humans turning into zombies thing. But everything else is interesting. Dude, I'm playing worse. I think... I don't think it's gonna get any better. Oh my god. Oh, he got hate for taking work from dwarf actors. I mean... Let me think on that. Fair enough. Honestly. Why did they make him Hugh Grant? It was a weird role for him anyway.
Like the other puppets, because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you're gonna die. You troublesome little puppet.
Oh, I shouldn't have gone for this. This is gonna hurt.
It is not for you, but for Carlo.
Hi.
Father wants to.
Now it's my turn. Thank you.
There's no other way.
Yeah, it's not his fault. I can understand why people would be upset.
How dare you?
I don't blame Hugh Grant, the person.
Nothing more.
Oh, okay. There is certainly a blocking thing there. Maybe I'm meant to block when his eyes flash yellow. Oh, goodness me. No, oh my gosh. I was trying to use the other thing. Yes, lovely. Did I stuff up this one? Yes. I get real messed up when I'm trying to use items. Wait, I didn't even use it. Oh. Goodness me. That's terrible. I am also getting tired. Not helping. Oh. Alright, let's do one more. For good luck, and then we go to sleep. I think Johnny Depp was the last Willy Wonka movie. Yes. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if that's the one that the new one is kind of basing things on. I think it was called Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. That one, right? Was it? One of them's called Willy Wonka, the other one's called Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The interesting thing about the original one is that Roald Dahl hated it. Which is interesting because I feel like they really characterized Willy Wonka really well. I do vaguely remember things being different. Oh, God, that one move. My eyes are going fuzzy. No, I could have healed, but there wasn't an opportunity there. Ah. My post says I didn't pray hard enough. It does? What post? My title. Oh, yeah. But this one was like, this isn't a 4-hour boss. Yeah. True. We've only been at this one for like half an hour. But I'm probably gonna go to sleep. I can't focus. I'm too tired. That last one, I felt like I was doing alright, and then I'm like, oh no. I can't focus anymore. I'm tired. My gosh, the walls of text, Sando. Yeah, I've seen you before. Um, I don't know. I don't know why you didn't follow me. The whole point of the original story was someone who had pretty much no chance of winning the competition won it. It was meant to be a commentary on Wonka trying to do something nice by making it so that anyone could win, but 4 of the 5 winners had loads of money and basically spent tons on just trying to win the competition. Ah, yes, I see. I get what you mean. Thanks very much, Majin, for the follow. I feel like there are like depictions of Charlie in the books. He wasn't black, I don't think. But I don't know if that was changed afterwards. Because originally the Oompa Loompas were meant to be black. But then, obviously. They changed that. Because that's just a little racist. I guess I'm working on this next week. And then we'll start off this, like, we'll finish this boss next week. And then after that, we'll play The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. Just to, I don't know, fill out the time. I guess that's the plan there. Okay, well. I see. I mean, that makes sense. Oh, you can give your heart here. Did anyone know that? You can change your mind. That's how you know this is a real ending.